Good evening. That's just your pen. Good evening and welcome to the City Commission meeting. Mayor, may we call the meeting to order?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on December 2nd, 2025. The time is 5:01 p.m. Here at the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, old federal building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. May I proceed with the roll call, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Mayor John Cowan Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas, Commissioner Gustavo de Leon, Commissioner Norent Galowski, Commissioner Tino Villarreal,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias, Commissioner Brian Martinez.
Present.
We do have a quorum to proceed. We will have the invocation that will be led by Father Rafael Vega. And following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance of the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Eternal Father, in the public chairs of governance, we humbly gather, seeking your divine wisdom. Guide us, O Lord, as we deliver over the pulsing issues of our city. Empower our discernment, illuminate our judgments and plans with your celestial insights. May we be faithful stewards for the civic responsibility we have received and create an ideal city for all. With hopeful hearts, we seek your grace for better judgment, knowing that in you lies wisdom beyond measure. In all we do and decide here today, may you be reflected and glorified first and foremost. Amen.
Next is the public comment period. Section 2-26 under the meetings and agendas, number 1 under conduct states that that conversations between or amongst the audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room, and attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones, and that attendees should refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephone, pagers, etc., or any of the mechanical devices that may disrupt the City Commission's proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in which the City Commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts in which it may represent the sentiments as alluded to in regards to the placard, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and the visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the City Commission are permitted. E, only the City Commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If a report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the City Commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all of the comments shall be made to the mayor and the City Commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. Mayor and City Commission, we have received 6 that were pre-registered prior, but we did receive one here in the chambers. So we do have now 6, but 7 that have registered. You may suspend the rules only to the portion to allow the number of speakers.
I move to suspend the rules to allow the number of speakers.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The first speaker is Sylvia Solis. Oh, moving on to Lilia Perez. Lilian Perez?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lilian Perez, and I'm here today to share the ongoing challenges that many of us who work along Old Highway 77 have been facing for the past year. For over 12 months, construction has been underway on Old Highway 77, yet the progress has been extremely slow and difficult to understand. Every day, we deal with huge potholes, detours that change constantly, and interactions with workers that are honestly frustrating and at times disrespectful. I drive down this road daily for work, and what should be a straightforward commute has turned into a stressful maze. Workers often block the side of the road that isn't even under construction and force us onto long, inconvenient routes just to get to our jobs. These temporary detours add time, cost, and unnecessary stress to everybody. But what has been most discouraging is the way some of the workers have treated us. There have been times when we simply asked if we could pass to get to work, and instead of help, we received attitude, sometimes even cussing. This isn't, no one should be spoken to like that for trying to access their workplace. This isn't just an inconvenience, it's a sign of a deeper issue in communication and respect between the construction team and the community they're supposed to be serving. We've also experienced property damage. One of the excavators hit and broke our workplace mailbox, something that could have easily been reported, but it wasn't. We only found out because we had footage. We had to contact the mayor ourselves, and he did speak with their manager. But it shouldn't take a video and a complaint just to get honesty and accountability. To make matters more overwhelming, we were told the project will take another 2 years, and once that's done, the other side of the road will be next. If the first year has already been this difficult, I worry what the next few years will look like. Many of us already are feeling overwhelmed by the delays, the conditions of the road, and the disrespectful interactions. I'm asking today for better supervision, better communication, and better treatment of the community. We understand that construction takes time. We understand that improvements are needed, but we also believe that residents and workers deserve transparency, respect, and safe, predictable access to their workplaces. We all want Old Highway 77 to be fixed. We're not fighting against progress. We're asking to be respected while it's taking place. Thank you for your time and for listening to the voices of the people who live and work alongside this project.
The next speaker, Karen Pelego.
Good evening, everyone. Picture a typical afternoon on Cavazos Olmito Road. Children riding their bikes after school, parents pushing strollers, and elderly neighbor taking walks to enjoy the fresh air. Now picture a car speeding through, far too fast for a residential area. That one reckless moment could end in a tragedy. Speeding on Cavazos Olmito Road isn't just careless, it's dangerous. The neighborhoods along this road are at the most risk. These are family communities, not highways. We deserve to be safe. When drivers speed through these neighborhoods, they put everyone in danger. The faster the car moves, the longer it takes to stop, and the more deadly a car crash becomes. Children playing near the streets, pets running out suddenly, all these everyday moments can turn into a deadly instance. According to the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, even a small increase in speed can dramatically raise the likelihood of severe injury or death in a car crash. One of the simplest and most effective solutions is to install speed bumps or speed humps along Cavazos Olmito Road. These tools have been proven to slow traffic to reduce accidents in residential areas. Cities and towns across Texas had already seen success with this approach. Speed bumps are cost-effective, long-lasting, and can encourage drivers to respect the fact that they're driving through people's homes, not open highways. The few seconds a driver saves by speeding are never worth risking a neighbor's life. We need to act now to protect the families who live along Cavazos Olmito Road. These are neighborhoods full of children, early residents, and hardworking families should not have to live in fear every time they step outside. Installing speed bumps along with proper signage and community education will make a lasting difference. Slowing down saves lives. Cavazos Olmito Road should be a safe, peaceful place to live, not a racetrack. Together we can make that happen. Thank you.
Yolanda Spees.
I don't have to introduce myself because I've been coming here for the past 3 years and they just mentioned my name. I'm here to express what I feel, a lot of people feel, but fear saying out loud. Lots of concerns, no action from the commission. Sorry, my family has no palanca and I'm not sleeping with the right person to get results. The commission is blatantly indifferent. It doesn't just feel that way, it is that way. I know for certain I'm not alone in thinking this. Today, I'm the one expressing my concerns yet again. You are being informed, so playing ignorant is no longer an option, nor is it acceptable. We all want a better Brownsville. We won't get it with you lot. We need better representation, and if you can't step up, boys, do us all a favor and just step down. Brownsville needs more, and if you can't step up, just step down, please. And with that, I want a moment of silence for Sarah Beckstrom. She deserves more at 20 than Charlie Kirk and that racist, misogynist bigot you all call a man of God will ever be at any age. Thank you.
Jose Roberto Espinosa.
Buenas tardes a
Jos-
todos. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Good evening, Honorable Bronzeville City Mayor and Commissioners. This is an urgent request for immediate action regarding the paving of Neil Palmer Road and the extension of essential water, sewer, and electrical utility services along the installation of street lighting, proper sidewalks, and accessible pathways along the corridor to Garden Park Elementary School. Noah Palmer Road is a critical access road for school staff, students, parents, residents, emergency responders, and city service vehicles. The property owners who continue to be severely affected by these conditions are living without water, sewer, electrical services, and without proper road paving, street lighting, sidewalks, or accessible pathways for disabled residents. These essential services and safety features are critical for the safe, well-being, mobility, and security of the families who live there. The prolonged delays have created serious and ongoing hardship, especially for the elderly and disabled residents who depend on safe, reliable, and accessible infrastructure. The residents of Neil Palmer Road have waited for years and have yet seen immediate action to protect public safety and restore essential living conditions. We respectfully urge the City Commission to prioritize the paving of Neil Palmer Road and the installation of complete utility, accessible infrastructure without further delay. Thank you for your immediate attention, your leadership, and your continued services to the residents of Bronzeville. Thank you.
Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I'm poor and hungry. At the last commissioner meeting, a woman came here to ask the commissioners and the mayor for help. She criticized the government, how it works, and how the city communicates with the public. She told you that she was an old woman living alone and surviving from hangouts from the government, and that those hangouts were not sufficient for her existence. Her complaint was about the pending mandate by the city to purchase of a recycling bin that she says she did not need it and she did not want it. So she made a remark, and she did what Yolanda always do to you, commissioners. She pointing at you, and she says that it sounds like a cliche, but it's not. She said, when you commissioners and you mayor were on the campaign trail, you went to her home, knocking at her door and asking for her support for her vote. But now that you commissioners and you mayor are sitting in those chairs, you are not doing anything, nothing for the poor and for the hungry and for the elderly that live alone. So my question to you is, what are you gonna do now? What is your idea to help this woman? My idea is this. I'm not smart and I don't need a big research. For example, how much is this goddamn recyclable bin? How many recyclable items goes in that can and how much they pay per pound? I believe that in 1 month and 2 months, this recyclable bin can be paid by itself. My other idea is this, to give these elderly people equal protection like they do to the military, which they don't pay school taxes, property taxes, they got tax break, tax credits, free this, free that. It is obscene that these elderly people, they have to use this little bit of money to pay these obligations like school taxes and property taxes. So, I'm sorry. I ask you, commissioners and you, mayor, to make your obligations, to protect and to help the elderly people that live alone. Don't allow, please, that this company become millionary on the shoulders of the poor and the hungry and the people they live alone, the elderly people they live alone.
José Llorente.
Perdón por lo de hace rato, pero estoy un poco sordo. Mi nombre es José Llorente, muy buenas tardes. La petición que voy a pedir es directamente al comisionado, y perdón, a Brian Martínez, no lo conozco. ¿Quién es usted? Ok. La compañía nuestra se llama Hemchuan Llorente Development. Nosotros somos constructores y estamos haciendo un desarrollo en la colonia Palmetto Grove, que está en Southmost y Tacora. Desgraciadamente estoy aquí porque tuvimos un gran problema por la vigilancia. Esa colonia no estaba desarrollada. Nosotros somos la punta de lanza. Primeramente Dios, vamos a seguir construyendo ahí en esa colonia. Y le estoy pidiendo en su agenda si podría hablar con el jefe de la policía de la ciudad para, ya que estamos algo erigido ahí, nos manden vigilancia durante la noche, porque desgraciadamente todavía no tenemos la luz pública y es una boca de lobo, está demasiado oscuro y se han aprovechado. Digo se han aprovechado porque antenoche considero que algunas de las personas que vienen del otro lado pasaron por ahí, se metieron e hicieron una lumbre dentro. Y gracias a Dios no pasó a mayores, y no me di cuenta ayer cuando iba a instalar unas ventanas, las cuales, por eso estoy aquí, me vandalearon dos. Eso ya no fueron las personas que vienen del otro lado. Son personas, vándalos directamente, porque no hay vigilancia policiaca. Y creo yo que la petición que le estoy haciendo es directa porque como ya empezamos, y repito, somos los primeros, al cruzar la calle vi que están preparándose para construir también. Espero que esto beneficie no nada más a nuestra compañía o a las futuras compañías que construyan ahí, sino para toda la ciudad, sobre todo nosotros que estamos ahí, que le haga la petición directa al jefe de la policía, que nos dé una manita, dándole una vuelta por ahí durante la noche a una vigilancia. Es todo lo que le estoy pidiendo. Señores comisionados, muchas gracias y disculpen.
Next, we have the presentation. Item 1 is Ms. La Posada Park Update.
I'm so grateful to be before you on a very beautiful subject. And it's a milestone for where we have come from to where we have arrived at today. My 501c3 foundation is a public charity, wishes to give 2 items to the city and with heartfelt sincerity for this beautiful park. Let me ask the public here, how many of you have been to this La Posada Park Montezuma Cypress Preserve? Raise your hand, please. Oh my, there's a bus leaving in 5 minutes. We're going to go there for sure. This particular preserve, and I came before City Commission in 2023 in order to, I wrote the resolution in order to actually give it the proper name, Montezuma Cypress Preserve. It is Brownsville's Riverwalk. It has got all the majestic beauty of what you see in San Antonio with all of the cypress trees and whatever. We've got 41 beautiful cypress trees, and there's a good example of them right in that photo right there. That particular tree that you see is judged to be about 350 years old. So, you know, we have a treasure at our disposal. Now, on this presentation that I want to give 2 items to the city. The first one is a monument sign that actually reads the Montezuma Cypress Preserve. And is Larry Jokel in the audience at all here? Okay, I need some help in actually unmasking the sign that's there. How do you suggest we go about doing that? Okay, please do. This is at the entrance of the park. If you can see that delineated area there in the left diagram, that is La Posada Park. Over to the right portion of it there, that is where this sign is to go. And it is a photo op because at that point, you have a beautiful descending stairway into the Resaca Basin, which when water is put into the Resaca Basin, it will be transformed into a kayak launch, you see. So this sign is going to be there next to that beautiful bridge that, Sean, where are you? That your crew put together to make that kayak launch. And then the monument sign is going to be adjacent to that. So you can see the photo op positioning of all of that. I was out there today completing all of the carpentry in order to make that sign. And if you could turn it around, please, and let the public see that. This is our treasure. This is the Montezuma Cypress Preserve, very unique in its botany, in its ecosystem for the world, for that matter. There are species in there. They're highly unique in a subtropical jungle sense. And so now that we're putting emphasis upon that range right there, it is so beneficial to the community. And I thank so very much the park board for what they have done in order to arrive at this moment. Okay.
We're gonna do one right here. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
And for the record, Commissioner Linda Macias is present.
Right. Now, I do want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for all that they have invested in the development of that park. I go back 19 years with it, and it is far different from when I first set foot in there, and it is going to blossom forth as one of the most beautiful parks in all of South Texas, for certain. There it is. Now, this is a artificial intelligence superimposed, but if you go out there today, you're going to see that the monument base sign there, and we'll just apply this to it. Now, what I want to do also, as I was mentioning Larry Jokel, is I am going to adopt the Boy Scout troop number 11. And if you see in about the center there, the fellow in the uniform, that was a wonderful volunteer that we had. He was with the Eagle Scouts, and I've had them many times in this project, clearing brush, sorting out the salvage brick in order to recreate the bridge and all of that. So what I'm doing is I'm adopting this particular troop in order to be the guardians of the Montezuma Cypress Preserve. And I have a little plaque here for the Boy Scouts in order to give them the adoption papers for that wonderful range there. Now, what are we going to give them for this honor? It's a living laboratory. This Montezuma Cypress Preserve, as I mentioned before, is very unique in its ecosystem, and we're going to actually give lectures to the Boy Scout troops on the botany and all of the wildlife. And I have some ephemera here, the typical type of thing that we're going to distribute to the Boy Scouts, educating them on what kind of living creatures are in that preserve. And it is amazing. They're there and they're to be studied. It's not just a concrete and asphalt jungle. You go into a nature preserve and you all of a sudden see a chachalaca come through, or a skink, or an indigo racer, and all of this. So you don't see that in an urban setting. And those that I brought out there and expose this particular environment to them, they have been in awe of it. And that's what we want to have prevail. Okay, now the second item I'd like to give to the city here is pertinent to the park as well. And that is you got to be old if you're going to be a historian. And I remember in the 50s going down Palm Boulevard, and there were these beautiful street lamps in position there. And all right, the Los Ebanos subdivision is a is a romantic period in our past. It began its planning in about 1926, and then actually, I think the first homes were built in 1928. But it is a master planned community, very unique in the nation. It has your Spanish Classic Revival architecture. It was a beautiful hope for Brownsville during that period. And you see the arch that was there. I remember when it was in place and all that, and that's the setting where it was. If you look over to your left there, you're going to see one little dominant feature that is of stone, and that's the last remaining piece of that beautiful arch that was taken down in 1959. I remember. I was at Sharp. Now those are the lampposts. I was going to bring one up in the elevator, but no. It's 11 feet tall, solid iron, cast iron base and fluted column and all of that. So the intention here is, if you wish, Parks Director, is to place that in the beginning of the, and there's the resolution, of course, that that gave the meaning to the park. But those particular lamps are going to be in at the entrance to the La Posada Park, for emphasis going into a gateway into that beautiful park that we're going to have developed there. Okay, that's the, okay. And thank you. I really appreciate your effort on this. I am so overwhelmed with gratitude that city has taken an interest in this park. And it is, now we're giving that beautiful lady some jewelry to be proud of. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Gene.
The next presentation.
Excuse me,
item-
can I just say something?
Sorry, yes.
Gene, thank you so much. I work at St. Joe. I drive by that all the time, and I never knew what that stone arc was for. Yeah, the arch. Yeah, like it's still there, the entrance to Los Ébanos. Yeah.
Sir, may you come to the mic, please?
No, yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you. Thank you so much.
Moving on to the presentation number 2, it's a presentation by Benich, who will summarize the key findings and the recommendations from the Brownsville Micro Transit and Operational Analysis Study.
Hi, good evening. Jenny Garcia with Brownsville Metro. We're here tonight to talk about a presentation from Banesh. This is Brownsville Metro was awarded funding by the Federal Transit Administration for the route restoration planning. It was awarded at 100%. And when we applied for this grant, we were looking at cost efficiency, operational efficiency, and providing services in underserved areas. And we're looking at doing that by providing microtransit services. And so with that, we decided to go forward with a plan and a study, and Banesh is providing that service. And we have here with us Mr. Taylor Cox to review that plan and identify the key summary findings. Okay.
Thank you, Jenny. My name is Taylor Cox. I'm a project manager for Banesh. We do transportation engineering and planning. Our team specializes in transportation operations and system redesigns all over the country. I'm also here with Logan Patterson, one of our key transit planners. It was a big part of this project. So as Jenny mentioned, I'm going to be walking through the microtransit and operational analysis findings for you, and then we can open up at the end for any questions. So today, this project began about a year ago, and today we'll be taking you through some of the performance metrics, how we improve transit, the efficiency, cost effectiveness, overall mobility for the community. And our goal as internally for our team was to build a clear, more effective vision for transit in Brownsville, one that uses resources wisely, incorporates new mobility tools, and better connects people to jobs, services, and opportunity. So as you see on the screen, there's quite a few objectives we had for this project. One of the key things we started out with was looking at the mobility markets. So your socioeconomic data, there's an array of maps, and we'll go through some of those shortly. We looked at the existing network, obviously, kind of how it's provided, the performance metrics. We really wanted to understand the mobility markets, the gaps in the system, any needs that are unmet by your current services. There was a significant outreach part of this project that spanned for primarily the whole study. There's still a virtual room that's open. We'll walk through that here shortly. And then ultimately, we provided some concepts for you, some recommendations, operating concepts and implementation plans. So we'll walk through that as well. So as you can see on the screen, some of the maps that we can share with you today, that the full report includes an array of maps that we put together. But there's a, just on the screen, you can see the population density per square mile, zero vehicle households, employment persons per square mile. And a lot of this data is things we look at throughout the study, we revisit. And then the highest results that you see on the screen are the ones that are the darker color, and those are the most prevalent. And we focus on those the most, as well as some of the areas that are growing in your system. As you know, this area is growing rapidly, so we try and take that into recognition as well. These three maps are kind of the more important ones throughout our study. There's a few more, but these are the ones I want to share with you today. So the map on the left is what we call a bivariate analysis. It's a density threshold analysis where it looks at employees per acre and households per acre. We combine that in what is called a bivariate analysis. So the darker results indicate the areas in the network that have the highest transit need. It also kind of displays some gaps in the service that we focus on when we make recommendations. The map in the middle is the Transit Orientation Index. That's your poverty, your zero vehicle households, 65 and above age groups, and the 15 to 24. Those are groups that are kind of getting into owning a car or going in the college cohort. We overlay that all together into what we call the Transit Orientation Index, and it identifies areas that have the highest transit need, highest transit propensity. And then as you see on the right, we put that all together with our gap analysis. The full report includes a few additional gap analyses, but for this one, we included a walk shed of a 1/4 mile. And this identifies any areas outside of the current transit network that are unmet. So those are the folks that you can see outside that blue buffer on your screen that really have limited access to a walk shed for transit. And again, we try to focus on those heavily when we make system redesign recommendations. And these are two additional maps. The one on the right is the easier one to kind of comprehend. It's your current frequency of the system. So the red alignments are your 60-minute service, and the blue is the 30-minute service. And the map on the left is one on every transit project, we look at on a great detail and on a granular scale. This is your average daily boarding at the stop level. And as transit planners and anyone in the city, we really like to see stops that have the highest boardings. Some of those you can see on the screen that are in the green or the pink color, the green dots, and those are your areas of the highest ridership. But for our purposes, for transit folks like us, we look at areas that have the lowest ridership. So those are the red dots. So they're kind of hard to see probably for the public, but they're really small, fine dots on the screen, and those are on average, they have 0 boardings on average daily boardings. So we try to take that into account and opportunities to reinvest some of those resources to new technology, frequency, span, and just realign our resources to make them more effective for the system, more efficient. And we can come back to that here in a few minutes. And this, just for your benefit, we've decided to put some data together. As I mentioned, this report contained a significant amount of data crunching. Just for your benefit and the public, there's what we call a national transit database, which is what BMetro reports all their findings to every year. And this looks at the 2019 to 2023 when we worked on the project heavily, that during that 6 to 8 months, the data crunching. And this kind of looks at the data you can see there in the middle, there's the pandemic, which is kind of where the dips in terms of ridership. That's historic across all the transit agencies across the country. But we really want to focus on parts of this where the ridership is kind of rebounding, which it is in 2023. You can see that kind of getting close back to the 2019 number, and that's what we like to see. However, there's a few other metrics that we really try to focus on, and when we do system redesigns, realignments, where we try to get those those red triangles moving in the positive direction in terms of operating expense per trip and things of that nature. I will mention that kind of during the 2020 and 2023 timeframe, the operating expense, they increased the services 7 days a week. And then also there is a account for rates and to adjust for cost of living increases or inflation. The three charts that you see below also include some of that data from that table, but in a more graphical format. This is over the 5 years. You can see the yellow trend line. That's the average of those 5 years. And again, we really try to get that last column, the 2023, at or below that average. That's the goal for this, and I think some of our recommendations will definitely do that. In addition to that, we also include an on-time performance. We look at this on every system. This is really critical on a day-to-day basis for any agency. But the average on-time performance for B Metro is 71%. That's the goal. And that's that green line that you see at the top. There's a lot of metrics that go into this, congestion, you name it. So there's a lot of things, fine details that you got to look at when you look at this data. But and there's also some missing data as a part of this, and that's kind of just happens when you collect data out in the field. But for the most part, I will mention that while vehicles arrive late, that's kind of an impact on the riders and how they get to their final destinations. But the early, just for your understanding, the early is the worst component to that, is because buses could be leaving and stranding riders. However, for B Metro, they're doing a really great job. Historically, for all the products that we work on, that number for early is a lot higher. So they're doing a pretty good job so far. But the goal for this project, when we do system redesigns, make the fixed routes more streamlined and definitely easier to understand for the general public and just more efficient, this number and this metric will improve, hopefully over time. As I mentioned earlier on, this project included a significant amount of outreach. It spanned for the whole project. We actually have a virtual room that's still live today, and I'll talk about in a minute. But you can, overall, the project, we engaged well over 1,000 people through surveys, virtual visits in our virtual room, stakeholder interviews. So it was a significant outreach effort. We included an intercept survey where we coordinated with intercepts with all the riders at a transfer station. We had an online survey that spanned for the whole project. That was also located in our virtual room, which is that bottom graphic that you see on the right. And it's a virtual space where people could go in that didn't want to go out to the public for any reason, or just wanted to see that in general. Some of our stakeholders actually visited as well. They could go in and see our maps, PowerPoints, presentations, documents as well. And it also allows us to do a survey reach for our online surveys. We also met with the public in the earlier part of the project at the Sombrero Festival and the Space Fest, and the latter half of the project with the folks at the 2 libraries to talk about our recommendations to get their feedback. Another really critical component to this, we met with stakeholders. So it's actually a significant amount of stakeholders for this project. We met with the Port of Brownsville, TxDOT, public-private partnerships, schools, really to get their feedback, and they were also able to share this outreach and the online survey with their constituents. Before I move on, actually, I would also mention that Mabel, one of the staff members of B Metro, was able to coordinate interviews with every one of the drivers as a part of this outreach effort. Sometimes we don't get the opportunity to meet with all the drivers, so for her assistance to get us to meet with get feedback from every one of the operators to hear their day-to-day issues with the public that they see with the riders, as well as just operations in the field where vehicles where maybe the turns are difficult or there's congestion at certain intersections. We took out all in account for our recommendations. So it was a really great opportunity. Here's some of the findings. There's an array of those in the document, and then also the executive summary, but just for your benefit, this includes online intercept results. So if respondents couldn't make their trip by bus, they'd either use the TNCs, which are Uber, Lyft, or taxis. They would walk, or they wouldn't make the trip at all. Improvements they would like to see are more frequent service, evening service, Sunday services, as well as application-based services like microtransit, which I'll talk about here shortly. And the other reason they ride the bus is they do not drive, the car is not available. Those are kind of interchangeable. Or they prefer B Metro or other options, which is really great to see. And we take a lot of those results into account. They also really support us in our recommendations. So here are our recommendations. It's kind of difficult for you to see out here, but the thicker, kind of more transparent lines are the existing services. The darker blue lines are our recommendations. And then you'll see kind of a hatch, dots across the screen. Those are the microtransit zones, which I'll talk about next. But overall, over the 15 routes, we eliminated one route, which is the Route 30. That's the kind of the red alignment at the bottom right of the map that kind of goes outside the map. It's a very large one-way loop. As transit planners, we really stay clear of one-way loops. Those are really historic kind of routes that, there's a strand riders. So we try to steer clear of those and make more routes streamlined and bi-directional services. That route is now being provided by the Uber voucher program, which we could talk about here shortly if you have a few more questions. So
that route is the county route, just to be clear. Okay, it's not within the city limits, and that's why we had that agreement with Cameron County to still be able to support that population.
Correct. Thank you. And so yeah, that is provided right now by the Uber voucher program. So it's actually providing more accessibility and more mobility than the Route 30 did originally. In addition to that, Route 3, 11, and 14, we did not make any changes to those. Those provided services pretty well, and they also provided services to the schools. Recommendations in the document, we did improve the span and frequency on those in the latter half of the project. So what you can see on here is a really maintained coverage for pretty much all portions of Brownsville. Really streamline the routes, remove the many large one-way loops. Really repurpose the resources to new technology and a system similar to that of your peers across the country. Integrated microtransit, which is that gray hatch I mentioned. But really the goal of this was to really maintain that coverage to those high ridership stops and major destinations. And again, also introduce technology and with hopefully a cost savings you'll see in a few minutes. But actually, before I move on, I just want to mention, we did also introduce 2 routes that go east-west across the county, or across the city. Those are the Route 99 and 100 that you see in that chart. That's what we heard about from the public and from the operators. Most of the riders have to go into downtown to transfer, so this gives them the opportunity to transfer in other areas of the system and improves their ride and also will generate more ridership. And then in addition to that, we also recommended a kind of for the more aspirational recommendations in the routes, a route that goes out to Port Isabel and a South Padre express route. And what you see on the screen here is what I've recommended or discussed a moment ago is microtransit. Microtransit is a shared use or shared ride vehicle, similar to that of some of the TNCs like Uber, Lyft, and taxis. It is a call, you can call into a call center or use an app. Many agencies have started doing this across the country. It expands ridership to areas that are really hard to reach by fixed routes, where larger vehicles are not really sufficient to be operated into smaller neighborhoods or convenience stores, retail, things of that nature. This is a really great service that, again, it expands ridership everywhere. It's really a curb-to-curb service, so anyone can use this. And you can see some of the 4 zones that we've recommended on the screen there. So as long as you can navigate a curb-to-curb trip on your own, meaning you can walk out to the curb and get in the vehicle on your own, you can use this service. And it usually picks people up within 20 and 30 minutes. You can go anywhere within the zone and connect to fixed routes. So it really provides that first last mile connections and kind of increases the opportunity for ridership in the future. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is our side-by-side view of the recommended network on the left and microtransit zones as well. Ultimately, this is overlaid. We can provide that to you if you'd like in the latter half after this presentation. But this kind of gives you a simplified view of the route recommendations. And as you can see, again, the coverage is really preserved. That was our first goal for this whole project, but to do so more streamlined and more efficiently and introduce technology where some of the unmet needs are and the gaps are currently in the system. And we can come back to this if you have any questions. And we'll talk about phasing now. So there's 4 phases to this, and sometimes we've seen agencies do this all in one, but we would really recommend to phase these into a phased approach to educate the community as you implement microtransit, fixed route recommendations. So the first phase is really geared towards your efficiency, which is implementing the fixed route streamlining and the microtransit. Phase 2 recommends the east-west connections to the 2 routes I discussed. Phase 3 introduces the frequency on the routes and standardizes the span. So routes would operate from 6 to 8, for example, instead of like 6 and 6:15 to 7:45 and 8. So it's all standardized. Phase 4 is additional changes to the frequency improvements, which is we heard about from the public and some of the operators. And it introduces the express route out to Port Isabel, South Padre Island, and also extends some more of the span into the evening hours. So kind of how does it all look like in terms of the schedule? So we are on the red line now in terms of December. The star is kind of where we're going to be finalizing the project. Again, this has been going on for about a year. It's a lot of data crunching and coordinating with the public. We recommend an education campaign for any of our projects that are like this to educate the community on new technology like microtransit, route recommendations, and just going to educate the general public that who do not use transit today. So it's just an opportunity for them to get out and increase ridership. Title VI evaluations are also a requirement now that the population is over that 200,000 threshold. But this is for major service recommendations. So that's just there for just a remembrance as changes go along. Phase 1, it really can be done immediately. This is where we recommend doing microtransit procurement deployment kind of first. It really is an opportunity to either select a vendor to operate that service or do it in-house or vice versa. There's different trade-offs to that. That's really something I could start immediately with our recommendations. And it usually lasts 6 to 8 months. And that can be started at the same time as the fixed route recommendations, but the goal is just to kind of educate the community on that service, since it is a new service. And but there's many peers across the agency that we've deployed this type of service for, kind of all over the place. So it's really your phase 1. In 2027, we recommend the east-west routes. And then phase 3, as I mentioned, the frequency enhancement is in the standardization of the spans. And then phase 4, the more changes to your frequency to improve the network, enhance the network, and then additional span adjustments into the evening hours, and then that express route out to the island. And I will mention before I switch to the side is when the transit agency will be implementing these route recommendations, it's really important to look at transit demand and fiscal capacity, especially as the express route gets implemented. So they would definitely be looking at that as a stepping stone before any of these would be implemented. But you'll see on the next slide when we get to the costing that a lot of these changes really can be done efficiency upfront. So the red line that you can see on the screen I'll talk about the graph or the chart on the left first. That is your 2023 operating expense, a little over, I think, 7.7 million. Jen, you have to correct me. Okay. And then, so that doesn't include inflation, so just keep that in mind. But what we did as a part of this project is really try to make the route recommendations either status quo or with a savings. That's the primary goal, while still preserving coverage and introducing technology. The yellow and blue lines that you see on the screen, we use a low and a high cost. That is strictly from microtransit. If the way BMetro would select a vendor or do it in-house, there's a difference in cost. So sometimes it's 50 and sometimes it's 75, but we use a conservative number. So overall, in that first phase, you're saving about $300,000 to $600,000. And we really, this is a really great saving, a really great opportunity for BMetro to reinvest that to get ready for microtransit procurement and deployment. When the adjustments to the fixed route occur, that's when you want to look at capital in terms of bus stop improvements, potentially vehicle procurement, and definitely the education campaign as you want to increase ridership and grow the system. So there's a really great opportunity for that right here. Again, that red line doesn't include inflation. So the phase 2, that is the east-west routes that we talked about to make more opportunities for transfers in the system and gain ridership. So we really think that there is an opportunity to do that in status quo But again, we like to recommend a stepping stone for this because it's a lot of changes for the community. Phase 3 is, jumps up a little bit, and that's, again, if you can recall when I discussed the frequency and the span improvements. So that's just an additional enhancement. Same thing with Phase 4. That's the biggest jump there on the Phase 4 is the express service out to the island, to Port Isabel and South Padre Island. And then the revenue hours to the right, that just kind of shows you the trade-off. So when we streamline services, take them out of parking lots, take them out of going around malls, it's a significant route reduction over every single day, repetitive driving. So those revenue hours get reinvested in the microtransit. That's why you see that drop on the blue line for Phase 1 between that and the existing revenue hours. So again, that's an opportunity to reinvest system. And as you can see, that blue line starts to grow as frequencies added back in there, east-west routes are added back in there, and same with the express routes. So again, to wrap this slide up, there's a really great opportunity for you to take advantage of, and especially with education and deploying microtransit new technology. With that, I'll just wrap it up by saying, this is really collaborative process with their agency, with the general public, stakeholder, really key stakeholders. And the public is really happy with the results so far. And I hope you all are happy as well. With that, I'll open up with any questions, and I might pull Jenny back up here if there's anything I can answer, but thank you again.
Thank you all. This is a great presentation. I think when we think about transportation on a national level, this is a challenge that has risen across many municipalities, specifically for operating expenses. So with that, I wanted to ask, just to put into perspective, when is it that we raised our bus fare to $2, and how has that impacted these plans?
It was October 1 of this past year.
October
So-
2024.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think I agree with you 100% that education is going to be key here. Data doesn't lie. I love looking at data, and it helps us really make those decisions. But in all of these efforts, has there been any communication done with the county and over any overlap or duplication of routes where you all work? Because I know that Route 30 worked hand in hand with county. Has there been communication about our plans or our efforts that are going forth?
With this particular type of service, we did communicate the micro type of service with the Uber, the TNC, but not necessarily this route. But we did have we reached over 1,000 stakeholders in the public surveys and so forth. So we did meet with the CCMRMA as part of the county, but not Cameron
Absolutely.
County
No, I think it's
specifically.
important that we
So-
bring all of the partners to the table, because if we can't do this on our own, we can partner and work with our county partners as well. So I think it would be ideal just communicating and inviting them to be part of the conversation never hurts.
Yes, we also reached out to Valley Metro to be part of that conversation because they have services out to the port of Port Isabel.
Mhm.
And so we know that that would be duplicate services.
Right.
And so like as Taylor mentioned, that Phase 4 is a very ambitious type of service. So that would
Yeah.
be, we would analyze that very closely for years to come.
Mhm.
So really, we'd be focused on Phase 1 and 2 as something we could do currently.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think the public, and that's where the education comes in, right? That they
Correct.
are aware that there was those routes already available to them. Because I know that regional was one of the feedback that we received from them, the regional efforts. And I understand there is regional efforts. There's a lack of, understanding that. But my last point is I love the microtransit application. I think that's an amazing initiative. I just want you all to also consider when we talk about transportation services in our city, it's not about putting our residents from point A to point B. We're also a border town, and we also rely on a lot of the traffic that comes into from Mexico, and they use the bus, go to the mall, spend money, come back. And I think we also have a very older generation. I like for us to also consider maybe having a button or an app, a screen of the microtransit at the bus stations. Not a lot of our residents are tech savvy and they can't use apps like that. But just, thinking out of the box for our residents to be able to take full advantage of these initiatives. But overall great job, and I think this is going to be really beneficial to the community. I want to challenge you with one last thing that I didn't see on here is that I know we looked at operating expenses, revenue hours, but I never heard anything about our bus fares. I want to work towards lowering that in the future, relying on other income streams that we can lessen the burden on our residents who use the bus.
Or our goal would be to also not raise the bus fares as we implement this type of service. So
Can
it'd
you
be
tell us how much gas and equipment and everything? Because there's some things that are just increasing. And I think that's one of the things that when we were looking at educating the public on the cost of service, how much has the cost of service increased over the past few years? And what we did was we lowered the cost, our cost and the county's cost by creating that voucher service, right? That
Right.
we have with the TNC, with Uber. So, I mean, but at the end of the day, the FTA only gives us so many grants and the cost for maintaining our equipment, which is aging, which is better, but still requires another type of maintenance. So I think that's also important to say while we strive to reduce costs, really, we've been trying to keep it as low as possible for as many years as we can.
Yeah, that's why we're
Absolutely.
trying to stay innovative with this type of service and this type of plan, reaching underserved areas with the microtransit services by reducing the costs and hopefully maintaining the fares at the same level, right? And then trying to stay tech savvy by innovative and not having to
Definitely your
increase those
talents,
fares,
but
right?
y'all are doing
Yeah,
great. Thank you
yeah.
all for
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, in paratransit, how it commingles with the.
Yeah, so one thing I forgot to mention on that microtransit slide is one of the biggest benefits of that is paratransit. It's a very expensive cost per trip. And that's historic across every agency in the country. And when we've implemented microtransit to other agencies, we typically see about a 60% of those riders transition over to microtransit because they can navigate that curb to curb trip on their own. They either call into a call center or use the app. But yeah, it's a significant cost savings, sometimes in the millions. So that's really the greatest benefit of this microtransit. And some of these zones, like really quick to, sorry, wrong screen. There we go. And so I also mentioned this to Jenny a few moments ago before we came here, is these zones that you see on the screen, the polygon is not concrete. Those can be updated overnight in 24 hours. So if you're missing a neighborhood on there, like if we missed a neighborhood, we really tried to capture everything, but there's development that occurs every day. So those can be turned on overnight and the polygons can expand and algorithms can adjust to account for growth easily. So just thought I'd add those information in there.
Any other questions or comments?
I do. What's the is this just an expansion then of paratransit and then, well, but different, I want to know what the difference is between this and paratransit other than you would probably use different buses.
So yeah, the paratransits were really geared towards folks that really need that assistance. Some of these vehicles will be ADA compliant, similar to the 4D transit vans that are out there provided today. But this is really that on-demand service that really connects that first last mile trip to people that can navigate that curb to curb trip on their own. It's available to the general public, but you have your fixed route vehicles that on a key corridor every single day. They can't get into the neighborhoods. They can't get into some of the retails, and this really connects those folks to that opportunity. It's a very great way to increase access. There will still be demand response provided outside of like a 3/4 mile of a fixed route network. But where there's infrastructure like this, you don't have to provide that service. It usually can be captured with microtransit, most likely with that 60% of folks transitioning to this service. However, there'll still be some folks that will, in those zones, that will still need to be using paratransit just because they need that assistance.
But for the city, in terms of scheduling and operations, will it be more or less the same effort?
That depends on the route we decide to go, whether we contract that type of service out or if we do it in-house. So,
There's different avenues.
yeah.
I'll say there's different avenues. We help transit agencies out with this all the time. They can either do it in-house, they have a little more control, or they can select a vendor to do completely everything full turnkey, having their own vehicles and everything, doing the software. So some agencies that we've done have procured the vehicles on their own, so they own the vehicles and they have another agency, operate the vehicles and do the software. So there's different avenues, different opportunities to lower those costs too as well.
And you're talking to stakeholders or residents, did you meet with, housing authority residents? Because I think they would be a key demographic, using this service.
I don't believe so.
I'll have to double check with that for you. There was a significant amount of stakeholders we met with this project. It kept on growing. The list kept on growing. So we also made adjustments on the fly to include additional key stakeholders, but I can get that list for you if it's not in the document.
Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it. I guess to answer your question, we did make sure we maintain those as a part of the fixed route recommendations. We really keep those on any project we work on. We identify the housing authority, those complexes, and make sure they still have access to fixed route, and or microtransit.
We can provide that as an update to you if they were on the list as a stakeholder.
Only because in my experience, some of the residents are some of the major users of public transit.
Right. Yep.
Good. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I've been made aware that we have our scouts here, so they want to take a picture with the city commission. So within the city manager's update, let's take that picture. Thank you so much for being here.
Access to we have a series of lectures. In office in Edinburgh and Brownsville, Viejo and explain all of the bridges where they are. Want to present this to you? Please. This is the option papers for you. The other stuff of the beauty of this officer. I want to thank again the administration and also with John Magbala to their dedication to this project. Overwhelmed. Still
Hey, how are you? Yeah, how's the speech? Hey, thank you for serving. Next, we have the consent agenda items to consider.
Mayor, I move to approve consent item agenda.
Motion to approve. Do you have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Public hearing portion of the agenda, item number one is a public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1789, authorizing the city manager to abandon and close a portion of a city-owned 20-foot alley in exchange for a new a relocated alley and dedication of a drain ditch, a right-of-way to accommodate the existing drain ditch adjacent to the new alley in the city of Brownsville, Texas.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Eddie Santillan with the Engineering Public Works Department. This alley is generally located at the northwest corner of Boca Chica and Vermilion. The alley is unimproved, and our intention is to allow the property owner to fully develop the land and remove the alley from within his property. The new alley would exit on Vermilion instead of having like an existing U shape. And also, in addition to the relocated alley, the owner is dedicated additional drain ditch right away. So we believe this is a good thing for the property owner and for the city in general. So our department recommends approval.
Questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion, a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you.
Next is, this is the items for the individual consideration. Item number one, it's a consideration and action to acknowledge the financial statement report to the city of Brownsville for the fourth quarter ending September 30th, 2025.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Stephen Muse with the Financial Services Department, and I'll be taking us through our fourth quarter quarterly report for the city of Brownsville. We'll start with our highlights. We had our revenues exceeding expenditures. We hit 150.9 million general fund revenues, 149.8 million in expenditures. Our sales tax revenues through September totaled 47 million. That's about 1.8 over the end of the year last year. Property tax collections totaled 65.9 million. The PUB cash transfer, 12 million. And the landfill generated almost $20 million in revenues. Veterans Bridge payments through September totaled 3.7 million, which is a little bit below what we were expecting, but I think that's due to the national policies in effect. And we'll look at that, at the traffic of that in a moment. First, we'll take a look at our general fund revenues. Here, you can see them by category from left to right. You see our sales tax, property tax, and you see the prior year in blue, current year in red, and then the annual budget in blue. So here you see the overall current year exceeded previous year revenues, and we were at budget or exceeding budget in most cases. Our fees and services, that's where our ambulance fees are reported. We did have 28% growth over last year. So last year at the end of the year, we had 7 million. This year we hit 9 million. So we're still seeing a pretty good growth in our ambulance fees revenues. Franchise fees also came in higher than budgeted by about $1 million. And that was mostly due to Magic Valley. That was about 600,000 exceeding budgeted revenues. And then we also had an operating transfer from CVB, and that was related towards the acquisition of the Museum of Fine Arts. But overall, we budgeted 150.4. From all sources, we got 150.9, exceeding our budgeted revenues. And compared to last year, that's about a 9.8 million increase. Here we'll take a look at our sales tax highlights. On the left, you'll see the annual totals. You see we've gone up year over year, increased from 36.6 million in 2021 to 47 million in fiscal year 2025. On the right, you see our rolling 12-month On this graph, we did add in the prior month for visual comparison purposes. Previously, it was just, you would see the current month and the percentage change. Throwing in that prior month kind of gives you that visualizations of how it compares to the prior month. So overall increases, the only one was January and February, kind of did a little flip-flop, but we're seeing overall a 3.1% increase, and we're expecting somewhere between that, between 3.1 and 4.1 for fiscal year 26. On our property taxes, we've collected 67.9, including 2.1 million from prior year collections. And that's divided into our general fund and our debt service, right? We have 40.3 going to offset our general fund expenditures and 27.6 allocated for our debt service payments. And we did have a collection rate this year of 96.5%, which exceeded last year's by a little bit. We had 96.2 last year, so we're doing really well on the collection side. Utility service and cash transfers from PUB. On the left, you'll see our utility costs. Essentially, they came in lower than the previous year at 4.7 million. It's about 20% decrease from the previous year, and our cash transfer actually increased about 8% or 881,000. So we're doing pretty well in those regards, and that's mostly due. The decrease is mostly due to changes in consumption patterns. Now I'll take a look at our expenditures. Here you'll see same format as the revenues. Blue is prior year, red is current year, and the green is the annual budget. You see them by function. We did 2 amendments this year, a mid-year and an end-of-year amendment, and that brought our adopted budget, became the amended budget at 155.4 million, right? And we ended up spending 149.8 million, still under budget. And we've increased compared to last year about 5 million. Of course, our budget grows every year, so that's expected. What is good is that pretty much in every category we stayed well under budget for the year. Now that we've looked at our revenues and expenses, we can calculate our fund balance, right? So last year at the end of the year, our audited fund balance was 45.8 million. With the revenues we have to date and the expenses, that puts us at 46.9 million. Of that fund balance, 39.2 is unassigned, and that's what we use to make up our rainy day fund, right? The 90-day fund balance. So currently that translates to 95 days, and each day is about 410,000. So we have a little over 2 million surplus, and that's what we can look forward to as our funding for a mid-year amendment next year, fiscal year 26. Here we have a look at our other funds summary. I did want to point out community development. In previous reports, we've seen them, in a negative ending fund balance. We've trued up, caught up to the balance. They're grant-based, right? So they're showing their zero balance as they should. The other one I wanted to point out was the bridge fund. We did have a slight decrease. We did have to do an additional operating transfer to offset some of the costs incurred through the FEMA grant cancellations earlier this year. Other than that, other than those 2, they're operating as expected. Our employee benefits fund, we changed this graph a little bit. There was like 2 graphs on here, but the one on the right was too busy. It kind of works better in a table format like this. Net position as of 9/30 was 276,000. We did have our medical disbursements exceed our fund contributions. And that's primarily due to having that frontier offering this year. And next year, that should be offset by the increased contributions we'll be making. That's going up in January for employees. Some of the economic indicators we look at, Veterans Bridge, which I mentioned, we've seen the peak in cash flows. On the left chart, you'll see the total revenues received from them for the year. We peaked in 2023. We've kind of been on a slow downward trend, still exceeding our lowest revenues in 2021, but hopefully that trend reverses soon. On the right side, you'll see the makeup of the traffic. By and far, the auto motorcycle is the largest component of the traffic. Commercial vehicles, around 240 to 260,000, and miscellaneous makes up our pedestrian and bicycle traffic. So we can see that the auto and motorcycle is the bulk of it, and that's where we did see the biggest decrease. We went from 1.7 to 1.6 million in traffic this year. Building permits are doing exceptionally well this year. Relatively similar quantity issued, but we do have a significant increase in the value. It's our highest permit value since 2021, coming in at 475.2. Notable increases were in the new residence permits, new duplex permits, and especially the new commercial permits. So this will translate well into supporting our sales tax down the line and our long-term property tax growth. Usually we have a slide for the investment section here. This time we're doing a separate presentation for that. Do we have any questions on the items I just covered?
Veterans Bridge, and then maybe it's just a typo. So it looks like there's more crossings on the bar graph at the right, yet the income coming was lower. And then here on the bottom, it says that there was a decrease, which I guess correlates the decrease, but it should have been at least normal or the same as the previous year because there's a negligible difference in the crossings.
There's about 20,000 decrease in commercial vehicles, and then about 100,000 decrease in auto and motorcycle vehicles.
My bad. Sorry, I was, okay.
Maybe I should add in the overall total. It'll make the comparison a little easier. I'll do that for the next time.
Because I didn't realize that it was tiny. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
I get it now.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Stephen. Now move to acknowledge.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to acknowledge. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 2, it is the consideration and action to acknowledge the investment report for the city of Brownsville for the fourth quarter ended September 30th, 2025.
So for this one, we do have our investment advisors. It's a little bit more in depth to cover the full year. So I'll invite Ken Couch from Deep Blue to come up and cover this for us.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been about coming on a year now when we were approved to be your investment advisor. We've enjoyed working with the city and the staff. You've got a great finance staff. We did some training with them back in May as well. We had about 15 to 20 people in the room, and we had a fun time providing continuing education hours for the staff as well. So one of the things when I come and speak to a commission or a council or a board, I always ask, do you want the long version or the short version? And so tonight, being that this is my first time to present to you, I'm going to give you the kind of the intermediate, because I want you to get the gist of what we present to the team and what we provide to the team. So I'm not going to bore you too much with graphs and charts and stuff, but I want to kind of give you the highlights of what we cover. When we, So one of the things that we look at when we are investing for any of our clients' portfolios is the economic updates. And we always provide that because that drives our strategies, that drives a lot of what we're going to invest in. And of course, we're looking at economic indicators as well, such as housing, unemployment, GDP, these kind of things. So I'm just going to hit just a few of the bullet points here. Again, not to overwhelm or go too much into detail here. But the quarter end for this report was September. September was the first time we saw the Fed cut rates, and that had been a year since they had done that. If you recall, we went into the beginning of the year back in January going 6 cuts. 6 cuts are coming. We got into April, May, and then they said, well, 3 cuts. Then we went through the whole summer, and we didn't see our first cut till September. Since then, we've now seen another quarter basis point cut in October, and as of today, there's a 90% chance that they're going to cut in next week's meeting as well on the 10th. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at. And that's when I'll get into a little bit later on what our strategies will be. But one of the things during that quarter, or the ending September of this year, is GDP numbers. That's another market indicator that we're looking at. Those were strong numbers. It's better than the year before, or the quarter before. And then labor markets. Now, the labor markets are a little bit soft right now. The numbers are good, but they're a little bit soft because I think it's that residual of what is the tariffs going to do. So it slowed down hiring, it slowed down some of the things moving in the economy. But when you look at the highlighted area that says the portfolio summary, so we manage the long-term portion of the portfolio, and for the quarter of the actively portion that we manage, the portfolio earned $214,817 just for the quarter. And it outperformed the benchmark. That's one of the things when we start working with any of our clients is let's put a benchmark. That's a good way for you to gauge our performance. You know, I could stand up here and said we did a good job, but how did it match up to the benchmark? So the investment outlook, again, knowing that cuts are coming, what's been positive for us in the last year is the yield curve has been inverted. Normal yield curve is this way, yield curve's been this way. So we've had value in 12 months or shorter for the portfolio. As the Fed starts making those cuts, it's going to flatten that yield curve, and we're going to see the normal yield curve where there's more value on the upward slope, if you will. So we'll see the portfolio start moving to a little more, going out a little bit longer on the portfolio. So again, the economic landscape, I mentioned the GDP. Again, the payroll numbers are a little bit soft right now, and those are things that stimulate the Fed to say we need to cut rates. Let's look at the economy. Let's look at the landscape. Let's look at housing, you know, affordability for housing. So that's another reason that's driving those cuts. But again, like I said, that second to last bullet point there, market participants continue in line with projections that the Federal Reserve expect 2 more cuts by the end of the year. So it's already built in to the market. If you look at the market rates where they're at today, they're already built into those impending cuts. Why I keep going backwards. So our themes for the upcoming quarter, the quarter that we're already in, is I mentioned the yield curve inversion. So we're going to start looking at going out a little bit longer on the portfolio than we have. And one of the things I always tell folks when you are wanting to look at where are markets or rates going, look at the 2-year Treasury index. The 2-year Treasury index today is paying 3.5%. So that's, and you know, overnight rates have been a little over 4%. So if the 2-year Treasury is at 3.5%, that's telling us that's where the market's going. So we need to start being more strategic with those longer term investments. And then the other thing, and I'll point to number 3 without going through every 4 of these, is we're looking at for the portfolio high quality domestic instruments such as U.S.-backed treasuries, U.S.-backed agency securities, U.S. domiciled companies if we're implementing commercial paper. However, the spread between those, when I say spread, the spread in the rate between a treasury or agency or commercial paper right now is thin. So we look at that and go, well, we're not ever going to chase yield. We don't chase yield. Where is the risk reward on either one of those instruments, treasury, agency, or commercial paper for the portfolio? This is probably the page I get more geeked up about anything when I do these presentations for my clients. This is the compliance summary. And what this is telling you, and it will tell your auditors, it'll tell you as stewards of your city, is the portfolio is in compliance. We put the investment policy into our system. And when we make any recommendations, when we're buying or selling for the portfolio, we have guards in place that the systems will shut down if we do anything that's not on this page or in the investment policy or exceeds the percentage of a certain instrument for that policy. So on the left-hand side, you have all the allowable instruments for the portfolio. You see the dollar amounts in the book value column there. But if you go over 2 more columns there, the column that says in compliance, every one of those says yes. And that's what we're shooting for. Perfect for when you have auditors come in and they're looking at the investment portfolio. You can show them this page and say, yes, we're in compliance with our portfolio. Kind of drills down on the next page here. There are the actual, not only just those buckets, if you will, but the instruments or the name that they're in. So the different pools, the different money market funds, and then the agency treasury securities. Again, though, Going to the far right on this, we're all in compliance. So a lot of times, as your investment advisor, we're taking fiduciary responsibility. A lot of times you'll see folks say, well, you know, Stephen and your team, you got to make sure this is in compliance. We take on that fiduciary responsibility. We're making sure your portfolio is in compliance. And this page is straight from the investment policy. When we started working with the city, we always make investment policy recommendations. This is actually a matrix that we put into the policy. Simple read. You can see right here on one page, allowable instruments, maturity limits, the percentages allowed, and any ratings that are necessary. This is great, again, for if you have auditors that come in and say, what are you investing in? Show them this page, done. Or if you as commissioners say, what are we investing in? Here, this page right here tells you right away. So the portfolio itself, again, the long-term that we manage on a active basis, without going through all of that, the second line down there says yield. We outperformed the index by 16 basis points. And then move down, you can see on the earned income this quarter, $214,816.50. And then the diversification. It was primarily all in U.S. government treasuries and agencies, a little bit of money market fund, and a little bit in the cash. And then the average credit rating, if you go to the upper right, down to the bottom there, you can see the ratings that meet the criteria of the Public Funds Investment Act and your investment policy. Now you look at the maturity distribution, you'll see that it's 12 months and under right now was the majority of the maturity distribution. That again goes to that inverted yield curve. The value was on the short end. But as the cuts are coming, this is going to look different in the next 1 or 2 quarters. We'll start seeing the maturity being extended into for the portfolio. As well as we have some maturities that we've already invested. Those are coming up, and we're making recommendations to go out longer with those. And so going forward with the team, we're going to, looking at the portfolio, there's opportunity to move some of those short-term investments into the longer term. And this was what I was talking about benchmark earlier, how we perform against the benchmark. We've outperformed this quarter. We've outperformed the month of September so far. And if you look like 6 months since inception, that's massaging our strategies into what was already currently in the portfolio. So it's typical. It's always going to be a little bit behind, but as we massage our strategies into the portfolio, we start quarter by quarter outperforming that index. That is it. The rest of the pages are the securities that are being held in that long-term portfolio. Okay. Any questions?
Questions or comments? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, thank you again. I enjoy working with your team. We meet with them monthly at the very least to talk about strategy. So it's not just once a quarter, but we're meeting with them on a regular basis as well. So
Thank you, Mr. Couch.
thank you.
I move to acknowledge.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second to acknowledge. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next we have is the board appointments. So before you at the dais, it is a worksheet to help with the appointments. Item number 1 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-113B to appoint or reappoint members to the Historic Preservation Commission, HPC.
I'm nominating Manuel Hernandez.
Second.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm Daniel for Juan Vélez, yes.
Just one appointment for Commissioner
We have a
Galan.
motion, we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next appointment, item 2, is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-108B to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Border Film Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. We currently have 2 vacancies for the Brownsville Border Film Commission, and these are the applicants.
For the film. I'd like to appoint Juan Becerra
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
May we enter into executive session?
One more
Oh,
appointment.
I'm sorry.
One more.
One more appointment.
Do I have an appointment or, because I had already put Monica Rivers. Do you know if she accepted,
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Monica Rivers with a film?
Yeah, I can respond. Or Will, can you help me out with Monica Rivers?
Yeah, there was a conflict with her, so she was not eligible to serve.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to nominate Luis Matamoros.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, may we enter into executive session? Sorry.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you. So the commission will enter into executive session. The time is 6:37 PM for the following items. The executive session, item number one is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071 and in .074 in relation to the city manager's selection process and appointment. Item two is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 related to the solid waste services and recycling. Item three is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code section 551.071 and 551.072 related to the project force. And number four, closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 related to procurement policies and rules. The city commission is entering into an executive session and we will return. Mayor, may we reconvene into executive session from executive session? Ready? Okay. Thank you. So the commission is reconvened into open session. The time is 8:39 PM. Is there any possible action on any items that's discussed in executive session?
Yes, ma'am.
Item number one is the consideration and action, if any, related to the appointment of a city manager.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make a motion to appoint Alan Guard as the interim city manager effective December 20th, as discussed in executive session.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Linda? Second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
We are adjourned at 8:40 PM.